Okay, that should be switched over now. Ooh-wee. Oh, is it gonna do that every time? That's fine. I guess if I put the mouse in the corner, it does that when I'm playing a Windows game. I'll actually let it sit for a second, because it had like a cool trailer that I don't even think I've ever seen before. Or like, I'm used to watching like the original trailer that they made for this game, but I don't think I've ever sat and watched like the intro that they had for it that gives like a pretty good first impression of the story. Which hopefully didn't take too long. Also, the music in this game is very weird. Like, this is literally just the title music. Oh, that's a gameplay track. Hopefully the volume's okay. Oh, no, I know what's going on. The volume will go down once I'm in-game, because for some reason... You know what? I won't worry about that, because it's going to be super loud. Yeah, for some reason, you can make different profiles, and the volume settings and stuff are all based on the profile, so it won't be quieter until I get into it. You know what? I'm just gonna... Yeah, that should be closer to what I normally have. Sorry about that. Hopefully that wasn't the worst. Ooh, now I don't remember. Yeah, it's probably fine. Should just go right into cutscenes, yep.
Nobody remembers anything.
Oh, the cutscenes are loud though, aren't they?
Not when the world changed. Nor why. A mysterious dust poisoned the surface, affecting the brains of humans and stealing their memories. Strange apparitions began to appear. Humans fled their devastated cities. Only underground could humans escape the demons and the dust.
Love the weird
The dust took from us, but to some, it gave something new. The ability to transform their will into energy. This is a new breed, the Espers, risk their lives searching the surface world for clues. Clues on the surface that might let us recover the memories we've lost.
That's it. Yeah, I'll make sure to fix it afterwards.
I'm searching for something important. Something irreplaceable. Something I lost. I must go.
Okay, now it lets me. Yeah, hopefully that wasn't terrible. Or does it not even let me here? Okay, I have to go back. A more complicated way. Oh, you know what it is? Okay, so I think the reason I had the sound settings set in game is because I think it has a weird issue in Windows where every time you reset the game, the like Windows mixer goes back up to 100 and doesn't do me any good. But like, I won't be resetting it at all, and otherwise the cutscenes are like way too loud, so you'll DMC vibes and Sonic vibes at the same time. Yeah, it's very cartoonishly colorful, but like is taking itself very seriously. Although this game gets a lot more like actually melodramatic in the way that some of the characters talk and stuff, which I always used to think was cheesy, but I'm honestly very okay with it. Where are we going? Is it just continue? Yeah. Oh, I do actually just talk to you twice. I was just hoping for more dialogue.
Finally woken up, I see.
Were you the one that brought us here? Why don't you tell us what happened?
You've no memory at all, is that right? Just an image of some ancient ruins. And a strange gut feeling that you have to go there.
But how did you know that?
Everybody's the same, all of us. Now you. Please, follow me. I'll explain everything once we arrive.
A lot of the dialogue in this game kind of gives me the same feeling that it did in Afro Samurai, where like it feels like every line read could be used well in a trailer, and like a lot of them are used well in the trailers.
It happened just like I told you. None of us remembers anything. We
But it
live
also
in
makes,
this
like, the
world
entire
we
script
don't
pretty
understand,
memorable, especially
with
some of the
people
things
without
when I was
memories
growing up.
wandering around, with monsters roaming the surface and these strange particles and paranormal skills.
I see. This place is like the lost and found counter at a catastrophe discount store. So, we're lost sheep with no memory. Just like you.
There is one difference. The two of you were found in strange metal pods. But Leader says we are all lost souls. All we have left is this underground world. And our scraps of memories and the image of the ruins in our heads.
The ruins.
What an outfit. Everybody in this game has an outfit.
The image I saw in my dream.
This game is like more over designed than like most Final Fantasy stuff is, and I
Leader
love it.
says that the fact we all share the same image must be more than mere coincidence. He's right, I
Zippers and all.
think. And so we are systematically searching the surface world for the ruins. We hope you can help with that search as well.
Are you saying you want us to join the Visions?
We are very short-handed, especially when it comes to people with skills.
But I am haunted by the ruins. I'll give it some thought.
Such a generous man is our leader. Leader says, Edgar, take your time. You don't mind us calling you Edgar, do you? We saw your locket, too. You care about the woman in the photograph, don't you? Perhaps helping us will lead you to find her. And you. We should find a name for you as well. You need a name even if you don't have memories. Just pick a name that sounds good to you, and we'll call you that. Everyone picks their names here. Or perhaps you're one of the lucky ones who remembers his real name?
I think you can type in your own name, but it gives you a bunch of like silly ones first, so I usually just pick one of those. The Alpha Duster. Yeah, give me another one. Ice. I didn't remember them giving, like, descriptions of each name. I like it. It makes me more tempted to pick, like, all of them. Oh, that's actually, like, a cool, like, world building if you're paying attention moment. Because one of the people who rescues you, like, there is a bar here, and you can find him at the bar pretty regularly. No, I don't want to be Glenn. No, I don't want to be Cruz. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but this is exceeding it. Yeah, no, the fact that this game went under the radar like it did isn't super surprising, because it's a very, very, very weird game. But a lot of love was put into it, and it's definitely, like, anybody that grew up with the game just remembers how, like, it's just such a memorable game that, like, it really stuck with anybody who played it. Oh, so funny thing I actually noticed about these earlier. So I have, like, the keys on my thing set up to, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's, like, how it does, like, the plush, the different things. For some reason, the default keyboard controls in this game are 1, 2, 3, 4. So what's going to happen is that 5 minutes from now, I'm going to randomly hit the A button, because that's technically what the 1 button is on the keyboard. 2-for-1 special tonight, exactly. One thing I actually thought was cool, I forget where I heard it, but like this game was originally for the original Xbox. It wasn't a 360 game, so like the graphics themselves are pretty ahead of their time. But I guess when they made this PC port, they just had all of the original textures that they could just uncompress and make really pretty again as well. So the game is also like way more beautiful than it has any right to be. Okay. Actually, don't think this is where I'm supposed to go. Oh wait, no, yes it is. Right? Yeah. Meister, I think that's who I was referring to earlier. I don't know why, but growing up, I didn't realize that that had like a map on it, and then that was like a pointer pointing to a map. And I thought this was like a minecart with a bucket of lava. But whenever you go to select the mission, it'll like bring you to that map. I thought it was. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it just like looks so like, and like when you're in this map, it's not like it looks orange. Unfortunately, for a while, they don't let you actually do the deck building part of the game. They give you like pre-made decks. Like a weirdly annoying amount of the game is like basically a tutorial until they let you start deck building.
Take a look around. Use the right thumbstick to move the camera. Click the right thumbstick to center the camera again.
It is a beautiful sky.
The flashing bar in the upper left corner is your health meter. When your health reaches 0, you fail the mission. The flashing number in the lower right corner is your energy level, called aura. Each skill requires a certain amount of aura to use. The number below your aura number is your level, which reflects the number of aura particles you've picked up. You lose some aura when you use a skill, but it regenerates up to this level over time.
It's basically like mana in Magic, or like kinda sorta like energy in Pokemon, where the more you have, the more you can do. But because this is more of an active game, you use 3 of it, it'll just slowly recharge back to the 5.
Some attacks are best avoided by moving out of the way. To locate the enemy, pull the right trigger. This will lock you onto the target. You cannot move the camera while you are locked onto an enemy. To deactivate your target lock, pull the right trigger again. Use the left thumbstick to move to the skill capsule.
This is basically drawing a card.
Stand next to a capsule to view a panel of information about the skill. When the information panel appears, press any button, A, B, X, or Y, to assign the skill to that button. You have captured Bullet of Fire. Attack the Yamato with the Bullet of Fire. You need 2 aura each time you use it. Bullet of Fire is a medium-range attack. It's most accurate when the targeting reticle is yellow.
Oh, I thought I hit him behind. Is it? Okay. Usually the flow of this game, and most of the reason I was worried it would be like somewhat more boring for a stream, is that it's basically just walk around this area, keep talking to this guy for missions, eventually he might not have a mission, go talk to other people, and then just kind of keep doing that over and over again. So it's the gameplay itself is almost entirely just the combat, outside of like talking to random people that are around. But it is very, very interesting as a game.
First, locate the enemy. Laser is a long-range attack. It is most accurate when your targeting reticle is green. When you capture a skill to a button that already has a skill assigned to it, the new skill will overwrite the previous one. Be careful not to overwrite your skills. If you do, you may not live long enough to get them back.
In short, basically, you have a hand of 4, which is literally just the 4 face buttons. And to burn through your deck and have more cards drawable, you just have to, you might have to overwrite something that you have that's important.
Flash Barrier is a barrier-type defensive skill. If you time it right, it will defend you against attacks. Vacuum Slash is a short-range attack. It is most accurate when your targeting reticle is orange. This skill can be used only once.
And you can kind of see it here, where there's like circling dust. And that's when I can draw another card again, is when they show back up here. Is laser? Yeah, laser moves. The environment is very destructive in this game, which is something that's really cool about it. You're just gonna come up here. Like, all of these walls can be broken, and you can break a wall to, like, hurt somebody. Like, you can hit them with the debris that's flying all over the place. Excuse me. So if somebody's hiding behind a wall, you could break the wall, specifically so all of, like, the debris scatters against them. See if I can free aim this.
Lock on before attacking. Pull the right trigger to engage target lock.
How's it going? Not too bad. It's mostly just been like the intro cutscenes and volume issues because I forgot that the volume stuff in this game was weird.
Lock onto the target before attacking.
I know I was trying to do a free aim.
Lock on-
Can I get it?
lock on- lock onto the target before
Oh,
attacking.
I hit my teammate though.
Hold the
Oops.
right trigger to engage target lock.
Yeah, this game has a weird issue where like the Windows mixer settings aren't permanent on the game, so you have to reset them every time, but then the in-game audio setting doesn't affect the cutscenes, so I ended up just going back and fixing it. That's okay, we're good. Real quick. Ooh, variety. I actually don't remember how long it takes until they stop being so like tutorialized, but probably not a bad thing. How many, you know, new people watching who have no idea what the game is, or who might be going back on the VOD later. Why? Oh, I keep doing the wrong thing. I think I'm supposed to send one back. Yeah, it worked. One thing that's just generally cool about this game is that all of the skills are made to work when you're locked onto somebody. So something like that laser that curves. If you're at a long range, usually if you just like send it out when you're locked onto somebody, it'll home in on them pretty well. But at a short range, the curve is way too wide. But if you free aim it, theoretically you could line it up at mid-range or short range. You just have to like know exactly where the curve goes. And a lot of people use the long range at super close as well. There's some that are like just kind of broken enough that even though they're long range, if you can get good at shooting them short range, you just do a ton of damage. Like it'll be like a homing laser that comes out too slow to hit at long range, but if you can like read where somebody's gonna go and do like a free aim into where they're gonna go, then you just do an absurd amount of damage on that shorter range. Like usually the range is something like considered with how it's balanced, and if you're good enough with doing a free aim, you can just kind of circumvent that entirely. I remember this stage used to chug on the original Xbox, because this entire floor can break through. And if it does, the console doesn't break through much. I remember that being a thing in multiplayer, yeah. It was something I never even considered that much until I started playing with people, like once that video came out. Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, this was one of those games where, like, I wouldn't have necessarily had a reason to play it, and it wasn't like a hand-me-down or anything. It was literally just like a random GameStop moment of me and Josh were at GameStop, and I had, I think, $5 or less to spend, or at least $10 or less to spend on a new game or yeah, I want to say that I had something close to like $10 or $15, but I wanted to stretch my dollar out, and at the time this was like $5 bargain bin, like, and I just looked at the cover, and Josh was like, "Oh, I think I've seen a review of that. I think it's pretty good." I'm like, okay, I'll try it. One of the most impactful games of my life, I guess. I'll just try it for less than $5. There are a lot of great games like that. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of those, like, you know, millennial nostalgia for the rental store things where, like, for the most part, rental stores were just objectively worse, or like game stores in general. But the ability to just kind of randomly stumble across stuff like that, it's not even like that's not still possible. Like, sometimes you just stumble on a random video online that introduces you to a game that's kind of a similar vibe. But there was something a little cooler about it being way more random. Like, I had no idea what the hell I was buying when I picked up this game. And there's not a lot of that nowadays. Which, again, I don't think is inherently better or worse, but it is something at least that can... It's possible to be nostalgic for something like that, because it is just that much different in how it feels going into a new game. Ah, shit. Shake's game, yeah. Back in my day, games were objectively worse to look through, but it was kind of neat sometimes. Oh, that's not the thing I thought it was. That's a good. It just stands there. The toucans I remember very, very specifically getting from the bargain. What? Oh. Weird. Okay, I guess I took damage the last time I did this. The two games I remember very, very specifically getting from the bargain bin are Robots, the movie game, and Conflict Vietnam. I've obviously never heard of the latter, or maybe I have, but it sounds so generic I wouldn't know. But yeah, that kind of thing could be cool. Ah, shit, I never turned off the donate thing. Let me fix that one. That real quick. Oops. I don't even think that link still works anymore, but I don't want it popping up anymore. I thought I covered everything. I reset, like, I made sure to get rid of all the... fuck, where am I? I got rid of the donate... Wait, did I even get rid of the donation command? I don't think I did. Let me see. Nope, even that still works. Do not donate there. There is nothing there. Get rid of that, and then... Timers? Is that what it is? Yeah. Okay, we should be good. Oops. I just realized it's going to make no sense on the replay, but the bot was still set up for all the charity stuff, so that was popping up in the live chat.
First, locate... You've successfully locked onto the enemy. the Omato. Now, locate the second enemy. You've successfully locked onto the enemy.
The enemy designs
Still
are also wild.
pull the left trigger to switch among your targets in order.
I like forget about just how creepy they can be. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. One that that perfectly exemplifies what I was talking about earlier, where you can break down the environment, and also that's the kind of thing that would have just destroyed the original Xbox, trying to render all of that broken scenery. Oh, you're already dead.
Lock onto the target before attack. Hold the left trigger to engage target lock.
That just? Yeah. A full-fledged adventurer. Yeah, that's what I mean, where I'm just like, just keep tapping this guy, and oh, no missions? I guess that means I have to walk around now. Chunky. I'll like get a better look at his design. Oh god. Everybody just has weird names. Which is cool that they actually build up something like that in universe. Where like, yeah, everyone just picks their name. Or we just give them names, because I don't know. We need names. What name did you choose for your character? I chose EO because I didn't feel like looking through anymore, honestly. That's most of the reason why. But I let it pick one for me. I wasn't going to pick my own. Because I think if you say no enough, it lets you just type one in. But you can just select, like, they'll just be like, they'll give you a name and then give you like a reason behind why it's cool. And I'm like, you know what? I want like all of these names. Oh, that's a broken staircase. Oh, that's cute. They're like, I don't know, we can't tap into your personality at all right now, so... Jin. I kind of regret not taking ice. I don't know why I liked ice. It was like ice, like how you were frozen when we found you. I think they said Io is the name of like a ancient, like, explorer, or like an explorer from an ancient story or something like that. I don't actually know what that's referring to. That might be referring to something cool. Weird literary reference. What is that, a spear? Oh, that's the one that goes up and down. No, I didn't. No, that was so close. Almost felt so cool. For what little I played this game online, it was definitely better played in teams as opposed to 1v1. Something that you never really feel when you're playing it like casually or just with friends, but you definitely started to feel when you played with people who are veterans of this game online, is that it turns out that it's really easy to avoid like almost every single attack in this game. So it gets a lot more fun when you have two people that can kind of gang up on one person and make them think a lot more, or make situations impossible to avoid. Yeah, Blazer's not doing me any good. Is cutscene time? I think there's a cutscene soon. Oh, his art is crazy. Literally named Maniac. Oh, that's not fun dialogue. It's Pokemon dialogue. You're like, wow, a city full of NPCs. Sure hope they have fun things to talk about and aren't just going to give me tutorials for the whole game. He's at the bar drinking. I love how much this... The only thing that I wish, or like if they ever made a sequel, but like especially in this game, is just in the space that you can explore, they do a really good job of being like, I want to know what's like beyond right here. But there's really only so much to explore. Because it's not like an open world like travel game or something. It's not like you can really see more of the world. It feels like very disjointed like arenas that you're fighting in. VR chat room idea. I have tried searching Phantom Dust on VR chat to no avail, unfortunately. I would love if this was a place that you could explore in VR chat, because this place is sick. Like, let's all hang out at the bar. Okay, I will not get friendly with you then. Forget, can you talk to her? Or you can talk to her. I feel like this would be an easy one to bore, easy being relatively speaking. Yeah. It sets itself up pretty well, and it's not like you can like jump around in this game or anything anyway, so it would be like pretty easy to set up to navigate, but also I have literally zero idea what goes into even just porting in a simple map from another game. I love the weird bar music. I don't know if this composer has worked on any other games, but all of his work in this is like some weird ambient stuff. Even when it's just a classical song, it's in all these layers of like filtered to sound hollow and weird. Wait, what was the text? Yeah, okay. Fucking love how the skies look in this game. I'm like so distracted by the sky that I'm not even reading what he's saying. Win the mission, got it. Where's my home base? Up here. It's interesting seeing how they balance here. This splash damage down? Oh, it's just 5 damage. I thought that was a weirder skill, but... Oh, and he fell through the floor. And he went. I think the thing that always feels weird about games like this is like, if they don't really ever get the time to shine, like getting some kind of revival, it's always really intense seeing just how much like random background work and little details and stuff go in. Because there's like, obviously there's like a ton of crummy games that still have effort into them that don't sell, but like there's nothing too special going on. But like something like this going under the radar is just like, man, that sucks. Phantom Dust is really their only major solo work, at least under that name. Okay, that's surprising. Their style is so unique. Phantom Destiny game on my favorite, talking about it from the Xbox magazine, thought it was the coolest. Yeah, no, honestly, like I was saying earlier, also, welcome. Earlier I was saying I just randomly found it in like a GameStop for $5, like around when they still had Xbox games. And one of my friends was just like, yeah, I mean, I think I heard this is pretty cool. I was like, oh, okay, I mean, I'll try it. I want to get more than one game today, and I only have so much money on me. Melko Market, a Kyoto Animation romance anime? Huh. I don't know if that'll be an easy soundtrack to just find on YouTube or something, but that might be a fun thing to look into. We thought it was canceled suddenly GameStop for $20 and couldn't believe it. Yeah, wasn't there like a pretty long stretch of time where it was effectively canceled? And then just randomly we were just like, eh, no, we'll get it out there. It's mostly sad because they made a genuine push to make Phantom Dust a series again. And it just didn't end up going anywhere. They released this for PC, and then very shortly before or afterwards, they had an E3 trailer for the sequel. And now we just don't have that either. Because nobody cared about this game. I actually don't remember where it said I'm going, so I'm just gonna hope that it's the battle terminal. Oh, cuff button using the lobby, I think. Or whatever it calls it. Main floor, okay. Apparently Microsoft wasn't happy with what was done for the remake sequel. That's disappointing. I hadn't heard much about why it actually got cancelled. Wait, what? Oh, he's... Oh, never mind. I'm getting them mixed up. These three guys all like look exactly the same. Yeah, I feel like I ended up kind of cutting my losses with it a little bit, because I think it was if not the same year, then very closely to that. They also announced a new, they announced Nier Automata, which was another series that I felt like me and only 5 other people in the world cared about. So I was like, well, new Nier, new Phantom Dust, and then the new Nier came out, and I was like, oh shit, wait, whatever happened to Phantom Dust? I actually want me to rescue first. Nope, too far. I do remember, I think they ended up having to make this from the ground up again. Like when they ported this to PC. Which is like absolutely insane to me. I never understand what... I'm curious what goes into remaking a game from the ground up and still having it be like nearly identical. Because obviously when you have the assets you can just like plop it in. But like I want to say like some of the Kingdom Hearts remakes were made from the ground up. The what's it called? Final Fantasy X remake was also made from the ground up. And that just sounds like the most tedious thing in the world. To make a game function and look nearly identical to the original game. Like down to almost literally everything in it without actually having the original game to do it. I guess that's also kind of the case with that like Sonic 06 fan remake that's coming out too. Where they're remaking that completely like from scratch in Unity. They're not just like modding the original game. And I was about to say we don't have the source code, but I think we might actually have the source code to that game now. Oh, more cutscene.
Run away!
Ooh, yeah, you're right.
She's been after you from the start!
Oh yeah, I hate this.
You've come here. It would have been better if you hadn't. But now that you have two choices. Continue living underground, or stay on the surface world and die. You're better off staying underground, you know. Forget all of this. Enjoy your life deep within the earth. It's better that way, for both of us. And for him.
Okay, he's like... It's weird that it's like a side... Oh.
I have no choice. But to kill you.
I've always thought it was like a little weird that this game had a silent protagonist. But maybe it plays into a little bit why like all of the lines feel like they're practically designed for a trailer. Because it's all these characters kind of like dramatically talking at somebody who's not talking back. I say that in the most complimentary way possible. I love that every line in this game sounds like it could be used for a trailer. At least in part because it makes the trailers. There's one trailer that kind of like shows off the story of this game, and it's like just a well-produced video. I just kind of like watching it sometimes, just because it's like dramatic and cool. I think Blaster is one of those good skills that's like... Oh yeah, it's medium range, but free aiming is like easy enough and worth doing.
You don't move like one who has just awoken. You must be the real thing. It appears I haven't prepared myself. I will leave for today. I hope to never see you on the surface again. For both our sakes. And for his.
Stop! Don't go after her! I told you before. You'll lose your memory again. If you stay on the surface too long. We've been out too long already. We must go back underground.
I forget if the memory boxes... Because it says that after every mission, like, obtain a memory box. I think they're mostly just, like, tutorial things, but they might actually be, like, extra text. Like, you know, bonus reading stuff. The way that he says leader says in the cutscenes is so distinct that it's hard to read it without hearing it. Oh wait, did they let you build already? Why did I think that took way longer? Oh, okay. So these are all surface log world. Oh, whoa. I should read all these sometime. These are probably fascinating. Neat. Maybe if I get more of them, I'll read them if that sounds fun and not boring. I'll just keep building those up as the game goes on. think it's up here? Yeah. Because he's been standing in front of this the entire time, so now you can finally go in here. I love this guy. Gotta grab something for my parents. Oh, no worries. You mentioned that you had to do that earlier. Also, I love those, like, tubes behind them. I don't think I've ever noticed those before. Find Dad here. They found your old Genesis. That's awesome. I've said it a million times, so who knows when I'll actually get around to doing it. But I have a lot of my old consoles sitting in a drawer right now. And when I've gotten the chance to test them, most of them work. But for a lot of them, I'm missing, like, one cable. Or maybe, like, a controller. Like, it'll just be one thing. It's like, oh, I have all the cables for this console, but I don't have any controllers, so I can't use it. Oh, I have all the cables and controllers for this console, but I don't actually have any games for it anymore. Oh, I have everything to play this console, but the video cable. And I'm sure a lot of that stuff isn't even that expensive, it's just I haven't been motivated enough to, like, get it back up and running yet. I think the closest I've come to being motivated is that I want to play Jet Set Radio Future really bad, but it's, like, dangerously close to being something that can be emulated now, so I'm kind of just waiting for that to be real. Maybe it is at this point. I need to look into it again. Because last time I looked into it, it was still having some weird glitchiness. I'm lucky that I've kept most of my old consoles in relatively decent condition. Yeah, my consoles are okay. Unfortunately, I've done a lot of GameStop selling over the years, so I don't really have too many of the games that I grew up with. I've tried to make a point since I had the 3DS to try and keep as much... I still have almost the entirety of my 3DS collection. Which I can't tell if is more or less valuable, with 3DSs being easy to mod, but also the store shutting down. Out of curiosity, I kind of looked at prices, and it kind of seems like they kind of just even themselves out a little bit. Nothing's crazy expensive yet. Not that I'm holding on to it as an investment, but, like, if my copy of Alpha Sapphire was suddenly, like, $300, I might not care that much about keeping it. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, that's what you're doing. I'll take that trade. Oh, that was really cool if that was intentional. It, like, homed onto him just enough that it turned the corner and knocked down that pillar. Not that anything came out of it, but ah, damn it, I tried to free aim it. I don't know if I still have my 360, I'll have to check. My 360 was actually one of the ones that I held on to almost entirely in full. But it was one of the original models that eventually broke down. Like, kind of recently, like within the past 2, maybe 3 years. Which is insane, because the original models were known to break down, like, within the first year. Oh yeah, you're back. The destruction of the environment's really seen ahead of its time, even though about a year afterwards there was mercenaries, and that was crazy. Yeah, it definitely, that was like one of those like trendy things for a while, because it was so impossible on older consoles that like they kind of tried to do it in like the Xbox, GameCube, PS2 generation of games. But if this game was any evidence, it made the consoles basically catch fire. Because whenever you broke the environment on the Xbox version of this game, it chugged. And even the 360 struggled with it, but some games got it to work okay. Sorry about that. But yeah, that was definitely one of those, like, there were a handful of things during those two generations that were kind of like flexes for what they can make the newer consoles do. And now it feels like the only flexes are really like particle effects and ray tracing. Because we can get basically everything else doing what we want it to do, and it works okay. Ooh, levitate. Yeah, normally you don't just get random like cards and decks like this. I think the first decent sized chunk of the game is pretty oh, that sucks. Gives you a bunch of predetermined stuff. I don't even know if these are shuffled, to be honest. Like, they might be giving me like a predetermined start and everything. Honestly, I'm sure it's been said a lot over the years. The maps are good, but they're so few. Yeah, I was talking earlier, too, about, like, it wouldn't make any sense for this to be... Oh, shit. Wait, was that Edgar? Yeah, I might have just beat up Edgar. As much as it wouldn't make any sense for this game to be, like, an exploration-based game where you're navigating maps and stuff, I wish there were more places to just, like, look around, because everything is so detailed and pretty. Whether that's more maps to fight on, or, like, actual areas to explore, like other hub worlds. Oh wait, no, oh, but that was good. Nice, thank you. Oh, I didn't even notice that had like a mission that I had to do. A very intentionally designed for dynamic fight. Yeah, no, I can tell just how much thought was put into like all of the maps. Oh, okay, you do a handful of missions with him before you can start doing stuff. Yeah, the game really isn't about exploration, I think, but exploration is a theme of the story, maybe. Yeah, it's mostly just like... On paper, there's nothing really on the surface anyway. Like, that's kind of the whole point, is that these places are like ruins at best. So it's not like they could do much with how they wanted to build the world being so, like, already fallen apart to make them explorable. It's mostly just my brain being greedy when I see absolutely gorgeous, like, you know, just like random little corners of, like, stairs that you can't go down and stuff. Or just how pretty they make these maps in general, where it's like, I want to see, like, every single place in this mall. Because they just make it look so, like, interesting and like an actual place. Literally, there's a closed-off area behind him right there, which is like, ah, there is more to this mall, but that's not why we're here. Ooh, I look. Heat is like a one-time use thing that if you look next to my name in the top left corner, I have like extra attack but lower reload speed. And that's like pretty much permanent unless they have something that can flip it around or get rid of it. Which is not going to happen this early in the game, I don't think. So I used 2 heats, so that skill was 0 cost, 3 damage normally, but it went up to 5. Oh, well. Hope the other half of that dialogue wasn't important, because I didn't read it. There yet? No, probably not until I can build. Oh, so you're just a tutorial person. That's the impression I'm getting right now. Never like got a close look at these. These look cool. Ooh. I don't know. I was gonna say, is it actually plugged into anything? I doubt it. I'm just admiring this extremely Y2K computer. I'm not sure if I just wasn't paying enough attention to the story, but there were multiple times I had to go around the entire hub world talking to everybody. Yeah, this has some, like, pretty archaic game design where sometimes it'll just be, like, a split second in a cutscene or a one-time dialogue box that if you just didn't happen to pay attention to, you go back to the hub world and you're like, well, now what? Thankfully, there's at least pretty large chunks of the game where you're just talking to this guy over and over again. Yeah. The debris actually does a very stupid amount of damage, so it's always worth taking advantage of when you can. What does that one do? Oh, that reduces my running speed. I forget if that's permanent. I hope it's not permanent. Oh. Oh. That was basically a free level up and completely resets my status. Or like all my like, buffs and stuff, which I did not think about because I literally just buffed myself. One thing I'm kind of bad about with games in general is that I'm sometimes bad about talking to NPCs and getting like more world building that way. And I feel like it's like some games just like kind of train you not to do that. So then when games do it and it's actually cool, I never like think to do it. Like some RPGs, like basically all the NPCs are just for tutorials. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I don't actually have to care about talking to people. And Pokemon's probably the worst example of that, where like it almost feels like I'll never talk to NPCs in Pokemon because they're just tutorial machines. And then like years later I'll see a YouTube video about this super interesting story that some random side character has. And I'm like, oh, I wish I experienced that for myself, but I wasn't gonna go out of my way to talk to every single NPC in this game. I think it's where you get a lot of the side character story in this game, too. Because a lot of, like, most characters don't show up in cutscenes. Which is kind of unfortunate. It's not necessarily a bad thing, because it keeps the story pretty focused, but there are a lot of cool characters that I don't honestly know a ton about, because I haven't gone out of my way to talk to them. I think one of the only times I actually did do that in a Pokemon game was, speaking of Alpha Sapphire. In that game they have... what did they call it? In the original game it was the Sunken Ship. But they changed it to something else in Alpha Sapphire for some reason, where it's like a sunken research facility or something. But you can find a bunch of random logs there, and like... some of them are like, you know, just random plot background stuff for like the greater world of Pokemon. Ooh, water sippy. Also, hi Shepard. But then there was like a few that were like a kid writing to his dad and like you getting like a really, really deep, sad story on like this kid missing his dad and like his mom missing his it was like, it was weird. It was I just remember being like weirdly blown away because I was like, you never get this in Pokemon, like ever. Oh, care packet. Yep. Oh, let me just stretch my soft, squishy limbs. Yeah, how's it going? I am playing a weird game that I grew up with and like a lot right now. Because I wanted to play it and show it to people. The extremely short way to explain it is that it's a deck building game that's almost similar to like Magic in a way, but everything takes place in real time, and that affects a lot. Is this a PS3 360 game? This is a way ahead of its time original Xbox game. This is like a PC port of it that came out in 2017. Because they wanted, I think there was like an honest attempt at trying to like revitalize this series at one point. Where not that you might even remember it if you didn't care about Phantom Dust, but like way back, I want to say in like 2014 or something, they had an E3 trailer for a sequel to this, or I guess probably 2016, 17. They had an E3 trailer for a sequel to this game, which was mind-blowing for me, one of the only people in the world who wanted to play about this game at the time. And, what's it called? Yeah, that didn't end up getting out, so that was unfortunate. But this game was already very gorgeous on the original Xbox, but they were able to upscale it and make it look even more gorgeous. One thing that is also... One thing that's also very interesting and worth mentioning about this game that I don't think I've actually brought up because I've been talking about it this entire time like it's some random indie game. But this was actually developed by Microsoft. This is a Microsoft game. Whoa, that actually worked. You are one hit from dying. Oh wait, did I? Oh, okay, I was just supposed to support it. Sometimes I expect you to use something specific, and I was like, oh, did I actually use it? But yeah, to give the quickest rundown ever on kind of the general of like how the gameplay works in this game, the 4 face buttons are effectively your hand. This is you. Got a lurk. Oh, no worries. These are you basically drawing cards. So I just assign them to 3 of the face buttons. And the little like 5/5 in the corner there is how much energy I have to spend. So my level is 5, I spend 2 of it to use this skill, I go down to 3, and then it slowly recharges. Eventually it's a deck building game, but a decent chunk of the beginning of the game, unfortunately, is like very tutorialized. Black. They give me any attack skills, or am I just erasing everything? Oh, that thing happened. So I mentioned this earlier, like when I started the stream, but I have all of my redeems, or all of my like state changes, like including like the plush thing, set up as 1 through 5 on the keyboard. So 1 on the keyboard is me changing back to the default state, which I have my Stream Deck do automatically for me after 5 minutes. But for some bizarre reason, the default keyboard controls in this game are 1, 2, 3, and 4 instead of the 4 face buttons. I have no idea why, but it means that every time I go back from being plush, I have, what's it called? Every time I go back from being plush, it hits the 1 key, which activates, I think, the A button. So I just have like a random countdown timer to randomly using a skill that I'm not trying to use. What I'm actually a little worried about is that it might be a countdown timer for accidentally skipping a cutscene. So I hope that that's not the case. What? Did I not time that? Okay, I see what they were doing. The purple ones are like erase skills, so they usually like erase something from what they have in their hand. So they just gave me a bunch of those, and then my teammate is who actually did all the damage. Oh yeah, he's literally just like, when you run out of missions, just talk to random people. That's how we designed this game. Maybe eventually you'll find the way forward in the story. Oh, shit. The yellow skills, I believe, are like action skills, so they do something that's like not attack or defense, but they'll like jump you into the air or make you dash or like something like that. But they honestly might as well be defensive skills, because they can make it so you can move out of the way of a lot of stuff. Dash is personally one that I like a lot. Whoa, that's a short range. I do remember being a little sad at the time, because by the time I was able to, like, actually... By the time I had this game, I think the original Xbox Live for it, I think it was still alive. Like, or it was still functioning, but nobody was ever on it, because honestly, it was, like, the late 2000s, and at that point, nobody had heard of this game, and the lobbies being up were, like, a formality's sake. But then when this port came around, I was like, oh, sick. Maybe people will actually be playing it. And then people played it for, like, maybe a month that I was actually able to find people, like, posting on forums about it and stuff. And I was pretty hyped for all of 2 seconds. And then I assumed that was basically my last chance to play with people outside of suckering friends into play, which I never really got around to doing. Because it's not necessarily easy to just introduce somebody to this game. So short of, like, if I tried setting up, like, a party for it or something, I don't think that was ever happening. But then the video came out of a particularly big YouTuber just deciding he felt like talking about the game. And then suddenly that got, like, I think it's at least 1.5 million views, or, like, 1.2 million views or something like that. So now there's, like, pretty regularly people playing this game, and he like set up a Discord server specifically so people could find each other to play competitive, and announced it in the video, so anybody who watches the video sees that there's like a community that's going down, and that's super cool. And then suddenly all the veterans of the game came out of the woodworks and stopped playing against the same like 5 people, and finally got a chance to play with a ton of people. I love having all defensive skills. Oh, learning. Maybe that's what I want. I see. These are all like practical defensive skills. Yep. That's a neat thing. Learning, you literally just steal a skill. Or I don't think you steal it, but you get it as well. Oh, is that a one-time use? I didn't realize that was a one-time use. Damn it. Like, oh, okay, it does. I was like, does it like flash showing off what I use? Although I guess I have the controller thing on screen too. That should line up with what the actual like hand is on the thing itself. Normally I like to keep games being like the Nintendo controls no matter what, so like A is still A even though it's like in a different spot. But in this game it's kind of confusing because like they're not A, B, X, and Y on the little pad, they're just like top, right, bottom, left. So it's really confusing to look at that while you're trying to like pick the right skill. And B is A and A is B. Ah! Although I did learn the hard way that games that are built for Windows and they're weird. I forget what it's even called. Like they have like their own way of making programs that are like apps and not programs. And those apparently don't play nice. Okay, apparently I have to pay attention to where I might actually die. But yeah, apparently they build their games super differently, which means they don't play nice with the Steam overlay when it comes to using controllers that aren't the Xbox controllers. So I had to jump through hoops to get it to work, and I'm using this like third-party, like basically something where you can make the Steam overlay work on anything. And it was very annoying to set up initially, but thankfully I got it working okay. That's another thing that's a mess when it comes to Microsoft trying to like have all their stuff on, or you know, like the kind of part of the failed experiment of the Microsoft Store was them having their own weird, not executable programs. I just get distracted. And you're dead. And Edgar's dead? Nope, he didn't fall. Well, I guess now that I think about it, it's not too much of a failed experiment when the Game Pass exists. Because if you've ever played something through Game Pass on PC, that's what I'm referring to, is their own weird type of program. Whoop. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure this like explosion skill is extremely good. A lot of the melee skills you have to kind of like run them down a little bit and it chases them down. But that one, you're just a giant hitbox. But God forbid anything decides to come near you. Ooh, I love the crawlers. crawlers go along the ground, which kind of sucks because that means they don't have like any verticality to them whatsoever. But they chase really well and they're entertaining. What do you got for us today? Oh. Oh. Okay. That's not what I do yet either. Also, I didn't realize that these just connected up to each other, so I walked around a lot for no reason. What? I like this, like the song that they have in the home base. It's a really long song too. It's like 8 minutes long. Oh, he just wants to battle. I like his design a lot. He's one of the only characters that doesn't really have sleeves. Ah, shit. Lost my range. Ah, shit. Down. I remember the song in this stage in particular, there's like a good YouTube video that's just this song. And for some reason one of the comments of it always stuck with me, which is, it just said something along the lines of like, this song makes me feel like I don't exist. Because it's just like random sound effects. It's a super weird song. Just very like, you're in a mall and people definitely lived here before. Oh shit. Oh, you got rid of all my defenses. We're just gonna play this game for a second. The white ones are the things that level you up, so there's no reason not to just pick it up and immediately. Ah, I got stuck. Immediately use it. I actually have one really funny memory of the music of this game, but I'll wait till I get to I'll wait till I get to the song to tell the story. Yeah, okay. This game definitely does just not give you directions sometimes. The last thing I was told from the missions guy is just talk to people. And then there was missions tied to this guy earlier. And now he's just saying, we'll wait. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just talk to more people then. I like skipped past the dialogue and then I was curious about it. I'm literally just going through the checklist in my head, like, talk to you, talk to you. What does that say? Singin'. Drinking. Okay. Just admiring the absurdity of whatever this is. See if there's any other fun signage. Huh. That's weird. That's a pretty perfect example of why I'm like, want to see more of this world, because they just randomly dropped the fact that apparently these are apartment complexes for people that don't have powers. And I literally never even realized that's what was going on here. Especially because they never show them ever. The only people you see are like the people who are part of this organization. Neat. There we go. We talked to enough people. stage is kind of a meme when it comes to trying to play, like, actually kind of competitively with people. Because it just invalidates so many skills, or at least makes them extremely hard to use. And then other skills, it's like, they're meant to, like, scatter over a large area, but instead they scatter over a very small area, and it's very easy to spam them. Or like that. That's supposed to go like up. Gotcha. I did this. I was hoping I could break the ground underneath them. Ah, Jesus, that almost just killed me. Up here, please. Oh, no! Oh, I deserved it. I should stop using that. Maybe let's see if he'll just win. Oh, my teammate just killed me. That's funny. They got you? Oh, that answers my question though, yes. These are very predetermined skill sets that are not being shuffled. They started with the same exact things last time. In fact, I'm pretty sure the entirety of the beginning of that just played out identically for the first time. Oh, nice. Didn't realize they were gonna give me that, which means I can Photon Wave both of them for the win. This level was in the demo in the Xbox magazine. I remember the way you could do telekinesis with debris on the ground is crazy. I was like disappointed that I don't think you can even use this skill in multiplayer. Or at least it doesn't like work properly or something. Like something's weird about it where it doesn't like pick up the things, which makes enough sense for like Xbox Live and stuff. It's a goofy skill, but I love it. You know, another crazy game from 2004, Second Sight. I don't think I've heard of that. Wait, is this gonna give me? Probably not. Oh, okay, it'll do that anyway. looking it up real quick out of curiosity.
Thanks for the warning.
Literally just skipping around randomly.
Thank God you're alive.
Ooh. This looks unique for a third-person shooter. Which third-person shooters and first-person shooters are very hard to make unique. So that's pretty impressive. I'm sure there's more cool stuff going on under the hood as well. I feel like if emulation has taught me anything, it's that it's kind of surprising how many games will actually look pretty decent when they're upscaled. Like, there's some things about them that will always be a little bit dated, like... basically everything in here could pass off for like a 360 game. But then there's weird little things like how their mouths don't move, probably because they didn't want to waste like giving all of them mouth models so they could cut a little corner on, you know, whatever. But it's still super impressive for the time, and there's a lot of super impressive, okay, we're still waiting on that. A lot of super impressive little games like that. Have another mission, or am I still talking to random people? Nope, you have another mission.
Things seem pretty quiet around here. Let's split up. I'll go that way.
You've come back. It's not too late. You still have time to rethink this. Sometimes it's better to forget. The memories, the ruins, everything on the surface, they're just fragments of shattered dreams. There's still time. Forget the past. Find your peace below the surface. Once you've made up your mind, you stick with your decision. Even if it means you have to fight him. I will do whatever it takes to keep you from finding the ruins. If it's eternal sleep you seek, you'll find it here.
they get weird with the bosses. They're not even too complicated, like, gameplay design-wise, but their physical designs will be, like, insane. Whoa, okay. This song drove me nuts for the longest time. Because for some reason, like every single stage I think has like 3, or most stages have I think at least like 2 or 3 versions of them. And this is one of them that has a bunch of stages like that. And the soundtrack that was publicly available before somebody made like a full rip of the soundtrack only had like stage medleys, so you'd get like pieces of every single sound or stage song, like kind of played in a cool order that made it all feel like one complete song instead of a bunch of like because like sometimes the songs on their own are like a little short and you don't really get like a good like, you know, listening to them on their own can be a little repetitive because they're on the shorter side. So having them all mixed together is actually really cool. But for some reason with this song in particular, the full version of it, what's it called? The full like soundtrack version of it never had that like vocal thing that was going on earlier. So for the longest time, the only way to hear that version of the song was to like, which did make it feel a little special in a weird way. But it was also annoying because I just wanted to listen to the cool song. This right here. Out by ooh. I think I'm just supposed to line it up with the eyes, but that is way easier. Unless maybe that's just easier to do on the ground level? Yep, okay, that's it. I wonder if the debris can probably didn't even reach it, that's okay. Yeah.
You surprise me. You've become much stronger than I expected. No, I haven't prepared myself. If I don't stop you now, you may hurt him again.
What was that noise? An enemy?
girl from the picture. That girl. I can almost remember. It's something important. I can almost remember who I really am.
Real quick. Gonna turn the game down a little bit more, as I've been informed that it was drowning things out a tiny bit. Hopefully that's better. This? Yeah, hopefully that hasn't been too bad the entire time. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes. Yeah, now we can finally make a deck. Is that a little better? Maybe that's... Hopefully that's not too quiet.
Yes. Yes, I heard about it. Yes. Arsenal. Yes. Skills you were using. Oh, there's a record here. You see here? You go to the surface with skills. Your memories, they're gone. So I thought, portable. Look, here. You see? Skills. Concentrated dust. The capsule, it breaks. The dust becomes energy. You touch it, the skill, it's yours. Oh.
I see. We use this arsenal to carry the skills we want to the surface. This could give us an advantage in battle since we can choose the skills we want to use.
Right. Your skills. Choose your skills to use. On the surface. Right. Care to try it?
I've always been weirdly impressed with that cutscene. Or this character, just... I feel like games, or maybe even just voice acting in general, aren't particularly good at, like, making characters with, like, stutters and weird speech patterns sound even remotely natural. But that's, like... Oh, go get that. Okay. I feel like the way that he talks is, like, closer to what an actual person with a stutter talks like. And he's just cool. I just kind of like the passionate science guy that's just ready to nerd out about his stuff. Interesting, I don't remember this decision. I think I know I never pick long range. We'll do short range. Yeah, now I can actually buy stuff. junk is packs, basically. But then there's also just a store where now I can just buy whatever the heck I want. And by whatever the heck I want, I mean it's randomized and things get better as the game goes on. Oh. Honestly, just gonna buy a bunch of this stuff. V-Lance, I think, is super good. Hyper Kick is super good. Thankfully, I kind of have an idea of what a lot of these do already, so... I'm super good. I try. Yeah. Octo Laser, that's the one that's like really stupid in that small stage. Where it shoots like 8 lasers that just fly all over the place. Okay. Oh, that was actually extremely good. Psychosphere is just like a one-time use that does a crazy amount of damage and effectively closes out like half a match immediately. And then Levitate is just cool because you float in the air for a few seconds. And Dash, I literally just got done saying is one of my favorite skills.
Once
Oh,
you get
shit.
the hang of
Tutorial
editing an
video.
arsenal, you may even want to try creating a new one.
Xbox
To
footage.
do this, you need a new arsenal case. Arsenal cases can be purchased from Mac's shop in the underground world. To get started, you need to go to the shop and talk with Mac.
Not like this is any new
You need an
information, I
arsenal
just
case,
find these
so
videos very
select
weird.
Buy arsenal case. As you progress, you'll have the opportunity to purchase different types of arsenal cases. The types of skills you can add to an arsenal are dependent on the arsenal and the number of schools it can hold.
Schools basically being like types in Pokemon. Sort of. They don't really come with as many like things that they attribute to the cards, like there's no weakness system or anything.
Purchase an arsenal case, and
But it
then
mostly
try to
just
create
limits
the
what you can
following
use.
arsenal. First, select the empty arsenal case.
Basically just deck building.
Initially,
You know what, I won't watch that one. Here we go. So like this is the one it gives you by default. Gives you a little like replay video at the bottom there of what the actual skill does. And now we can actually edit something. Fuck it, I'm just gonna zero it out. So this is the song that I was talking about earlier. Where like just one of my better memories of playing this game growing up is, long story short, and I've talked about it at least a little bit before, my mom is a classical musician, or at the very least, like, classically trained. You know, she went to school for, like, what's it called? For learning music, playing instruments, all that kind of stuff. And one day I was just playing this game with my friends in the living room, and we were customizing decks in this screen here. And she just suddenly comes in, like, nerding the heck out about how she recognizes this song as, like, a remix piece of classical music. And at the time we had a piano in the living room, and she just, like, started playing it because she was just so into it. She just loved that, like, this random song that she liked a lot and knew on piano was just playing in this random game that we were playing. Wholesome. It was super wholesome. Oh wait, can I... There we go. I can show only the ones that I want to. Wait, that didn't work. Wait. Oh, there we go. Now it'll only show me the skills, because I can only have 2 different schools in this. Oh wait, fucking, I still marked the wrong ones. Nature, that's the other one. Oh, math schools. There we go. Wowee, okay. Maybe this isn't a smart idea right now then. Yeah, that one's good. Wait, is that a one-time use? No, it's an infinite use. That just does a ton of damage. You know what? Yeah. Do I have anything else fun? Oh, I have dash. That's right. Who needs defensive skills when you have dash? Normally I'd put a lot more fun stuff to like balance this out a little bit more, but I don't have any more fun stuff, so I guess I'm just gonna hope that this works okay. Oh wait, shit. Oh, no, okay, I did take the right door. Now I can actually pick what I want to use. I think for the most part what I ended up just building was something that had... I mean, it was kind of building. whatever I could. But it a lot of one-time use and a lot of cheap stuff, except for the one really expensive thing that I have there. Whoa. Oh wait, yes I do actually. And we just won. Hopefully I'm winning a lot faster now. It's kind of fun doing the stuff with the predetermined decks, especially because they like build the mission around it, but it's obviously way more fun to actually deck build. I wonder if the shop resets after every mission, or if I have to do a few missions first. Yep, it's already reset. I don't remember this skill. That's actually really cool. Please, fun stuff. Nope. That's a little fun. Yeah, fuck it. Surprise attack just instantly puts me where their cards spawn. Nah. I've always kind of had a soft spot, like, in general, for even tabletop card games and stuff that have a real sense of, like, space to them. Like, cards having, like, distances that they can be used, or, like, if it's, like, a more, like, tactics-y kind of game where everything's on more of a grid, and, like, you can only hit things that are in, like, a certain spot on the grid, or, like, something like that. I've always kind of thought those kind of games are fascinating. So this is almost like the logical extreme of that. I honestly wonder if that's where part of my love of it came from, because I never really played, what's it called, like, more tactics-oriented games growing up. I never played, like, Fire Emblem or anything like that. But I played a lot of this. Now I'm playing the game where I talk to everybody in hopes that I get a mission. This is another random classical song that's in this game. Although it's a more obvious pick. Although I always really liked this song, which I didn't know was just a classical song. It's just a nice song. The worst is when you get so desperate you go to the bar, yeah. Like, I don't know, any of you guys up to anything? Oh, you are? Sick. Pretty sure that's my next stop at this rate. You know what? It actually acts as a pretty good segue into a story that I've definitely alluded to on stream in the past. Or I think even in the last stream, or the stream before that I brought it up at one point. But I've never gone like totally into it before, where there is... So, long story short, me and a friend of mine actually, like, from the ground up, developed our own, like, set of cards for a card game that we got really obsessed with. And it mostly started... So the game itself, the original game, is called Pixel Tactics, which I originally played because a friend of mine got it for me, I think either for Christmas or my birthday, because they came out with Mega Man themed sets. And that was really cool, because Mega Man is a good series to pull from for that sort of thing, where there's just so many robot masters and all of them have their own card. And technically the game wasn't built to be a deck building game, but they had 3 different sets. And it was fun to play with, like, the sets as they were, and I think that's how you were technically supposed to play, but it was way more fun to, like, build them from the ground up to actually have, like, a coherent strategy going on with them. And me and a decent handful of friends got so obsessed with doing that for, like an entire, like, summer or longer straight. And there was just one day where one of the people I played with was one of the friends that I played competitive Smash with. And the game is very, like, grid-based like that, where, like, attacks, like, kind of like I was talking about a second ago, where attacks kind of have to, like, line up in a certain way for you to be able to pull them off. And it translated really well to characters from an action game, because it would be like, you know, Bomb Man, do all of the damage to everything that's in a certain row and column. Or just, you know, things like that where it's like, oh, I see, it's like the explosion going out. Oh, you're doing damage to adjacent things. You're doing damage to just the corners, like stuff like that. And the way that the game is set up is in... Who haven't I talked to yet? I guess the leader. It's set up where it's like 3 rows that your characters are set up on. Where it's like, I think it's Vanguard, flank, and rear. So like front, middle, and back. And I was joking around with him because he was like my competitive Smash friend, like, oh, you know what would translate really well to this? Marth's sword mechanic. Because if you're not familiar, in all of the Smash games, Marth does the most damage on the tip of his sword. Like, by a long shot. Like, you can kill people super easily by hitting people with the tip of your sword. So I was like, haha, you could make it so, like, when he's in the back, he does the most damage to things in the back. When he's in the middle, he does the most damage to things in the middle. And, like, so on and so forth. I guess I haven't gone to the infirmary yet. And it kind of started as like a, haha, that would work really well. And I don't know what went off on our brains, but we were like, wait, no, that would actually work really well. And then we just kind of started half spiraling, half joking about other Smash characters, how they would translate. And then after a while, we just started like actually taking it seriously as like a fun project that we could work on. And let me actually see if I can find it real fast. Not that folder. There we go. Hopefully this will just like load on the right monitor. Yeah, it did. Oh, these are the upside down versions. Why are these the upside down versions? There's like a reason for them to be upside down, but that's okay. Anyway, I designed this like in Photoshop from the ground up, and we literally made one for like every single character. And it was a fun learning experience, because I've never been like part of any kind of like actually like game design or, you know, game development project or anything like that before. And it's not like it was a serious one, where it's not like we had like a deadline or anything like that. We just kind of like had fun while we were making it. But for some reason we were motivated enough to see it through, and we at least have all of the characters up until they started releasing DLC, I believe. We have Piranha Plant, because that was like essentially part of the base roster, but I don't think we have anybody beyond that. And we wanted to go back and update that eventually, but we just kind of, I don't know. It's been harder to find the motivation to go back for it. Oh, did I finally find who I needed to talk to? No? Who haven't I talked to yet? As long as I'm here, do you have anything new? No, you do not. I think most of the reason it's weird that I went so hard into a project like that, I mean, I guess at least part of it is because the actual like base rules were already set up. We just kind of had to like balance something within those rules. But I've never been like that much of a card game person. I've already talked to these people. I've never been that much of a card game person. So for that to be like the first project that I like deep dive in like that is like a little weird. But I guess it's just easier to work on something like a card game than it is like a video game that might be more up my alley. Oh, there we go. Okay, I had to talk to people and then go back then. I think if nothing else though, and maybe a takeaway that I had from this game as well, is that as much as I like trading card games, it does bother me how often they like change and how often new cards come out and stuff like that. And there's something fun about a card game that's very static. Like all of the cards have already come out for it. You can just kind of like mess with what's there and play. And obviously the annoying side of that is if you wanted to take it super seriously, like, the game's probably been cracked at least a little bit. But, I mean, like any competitive game, that's not 100% true. Can I out-aura you? No, I cannot. Wait. Oh, no, never mind. I'm literally just War of Attrition. If you look, you can see I have them like highlighted on the left. You can actually see how much aura they have to use. And my skill is just so low cost that I'm literally just like throwing it out over and over again and hoping he doesn't recover fast enough. Oh wow, Edgar is dying. I fucking killed him. Oops. I'll take it. Ooh! That's okay. Take a decent amount of damage for falling off the ledge. I think it's like 3. Yeah, now I can just keep doing missions this way. Yeah, I think for the most part, really the only, like, trading card game that I have experience with is, for the most part, Pokemon. I did play Yu-Gi-Oh! Growing up, but in, like, the kind of fake way that didn't matter that much. Like, very, 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 very casually with friends. I didn't really get deep with it. Which was probably at least half for money reasons. Because especially as a kid, it's not always the easiest to get into that kind of thing and, like, actually learn and play it as a game, because you need so much stuff to, like, build a proper deck. One game that actually ends up being like an interesting deck building game experience, just because of the context of it, is the original Pokemon trading card game for the Game Boy Color. Because it's kind of like the Pokemon trading card game frozen in time, where there will never be any new sets to that game specifically. Technically, they did come out with a sequel which has more cards, but that's a little different. Also, the battle theme song in that game is really, really good. But yeah, no, it's just neat. Like, I have a lot of incentive to go back to that, even though it's like as outdated as it is. Just specifically because it's outdated. Now, like the Pokemon trading card game, you know, even within a decade of that game coming out, was way more bloated than it was when it first started. And it's made me want to try to do something where I, like, set up online emulators or something and get friends together to play that kind of game. Because it'd be cool to just play with a bunch of people with just the gen, like the first was I think 3 sets of Pokemon trading cards in mind for what they're playing with, instead of worrying about what the card game is in its current state, and then worrying about losing everything that we set up, like 2 seconds after we set it up, because everything got cycled out. That's cute. Yeah, I don't know how easy something like that is to set up. It might be easier said than done. But if it's easy, I'd really like to try to do something like that someday, because it sounds fun. It does technically have that problem of, like, the first, you know, the meta of the original few sets of cards is also something that's pretty solved. But also, if I'm doing something like that with friends, we could just kind of, like, house rules, not use those decks. I remember there's at least 2 really, really infamous decks from the first few sets of Pokemon cards. One is, I guess it's like Hitmonchan, Electabuzz, and like something else that's just... not Scyther. Scyther? Might be Scyther. Where it's just like really, really easy to put out cards that do a lot of damage really fast, which was a lot harder to do back in the day. So everyone just kind of figured out, like, oh, so here's the cards that I can throw out in 2 seconds and do a lot of damage. And then the other one was the Blastoise card, because it had the Pokemon power that was just attach as many energies as you want to your Pokemon in a turn, which was absurd. So how could that not be one of the best decks? Whoa, oh, I just went straight down the middle. Wait. Oh! Did it revive its teammate? That's funny. Or is it just a bunch of them? I'm not noticing when they come back, but that guy definitely did not revive his teammate, so it's probably just spawning more. That's why I like Dash. Oh, I can choose my partner. Neat. Ah, shit. This stage sucks for these. Yep. this sucks. A lot of the cards that I have are made specifically for hitting people at like awkward, weird angles. And a stage like this like blocks all of the awkward, weird angles. Shh, didn't mean to do that. Thankfully, the other half of what I have is short range stuff. You cocky yahoos. Say that the next time I win in a fighting game lobby. Really bullying him? Yeah. I wonder if like... Oh, okay, this one doesn't let me choose. Having a partner that has the erase skills means that I can just kind of like wail on them with like the higher damage stuff like that. So I'll probably just keep picking Sama as my partner whenever I get the chance. What? Yeah, I can live with this. Oh! That's interesting. I don't think I've ever gotten hit by that before. I think these guys are using a bunch of skills that like physically trap me in place. But I don't think their AI is smart enough to... Oh, that's not my teammate. I don't think their AI is smart enough to capitalize on it. Ah, damn it. That sucked. Paralyze every time you try to go in a direction. It'll do that kind of obnoxious paralyze animation. I forget where my home base is. God damn it. Yeah. Oh, that's where my home base is. And you're distracted. God damn it. I feel like this game does the Halo thing to my brain a little bit, where the game is very much so built around the speed that you're able to run, but sometimes I just want to go a little faster. Which the dash skill kind of helps with, but also it's a little expensive in the grand scheme of things. He has a paralyzed shield, so if I hit his shield and I don't break his shield with something stronger, or I think even if I do break it, what's it called? It ends up paralyzing me for a moment. Which again, can be pretty strong, but I have a funny feeling that they're not really going to take advantage of it too much. Oh, that was slick. I wish that was on purpose. I am just kind of bullying him with this sword. When you're playing with actual players, they can be pretty aware of the fact that you have a physical move like that and keep their distance. But it seems like the enemy's like AI isn't quite as well equipped for dealing with short range stuff. Like they don't really know how to jump out of the way or just not get close to you. I don't know if this guy ever has a mission. That being said, I am now realizing that literally everything he says is plot relevant. In like, he has a conspiracy theory, but it matters. But nobody will listen to him because he's the crazy one. Whoop. Probably won't use that, but just in case. Ooh, this skill is busted. How many can I buy? 2. Glacial Wall. It doesn't have a super high defense, but kind of like the Paralysis one, freeze as a status condition. It doesn't freeze you in place, but it freezes up all of your buttons, so you can't do anything after. Attack, defend, anything. So I can just kind of set up to be like, come on, attack me, break my shield. I literally don't care. Oh no, you can't attack anymore. Let me attack you back. Oh, this one's good. Or it can be good. I like it. There's a bunch of different types of defensive moves, which they like say on bottom, like Barrier, Reflect, Brush. And they all function a little bit differently, and Brush, like, physically moves a projectile, like, out of the way and can sometimes hit other stuff. Oop, Vacuum Slash, that's another good one. That's like a pretty easy combo right there. I use the Glacier Shields. Oh no, they can't attack me anymore. So then I throw out the Vacuum Slash afterwards because they can't attack or defend. And it is a one-time use for... Where is it? Yeah, 3... Toss of 3, 7 damage, huge physical attack. Wait, shit, is that also? Well... Yeah. Glacial Wall. Firewall, I think, is just strong, yeah. Oh, also it looks cool. I just like how it looks. I don't need 2 of those. Wait. Both of the schools that I'm using right now have a really cool, like, have really good things that, like, up your stats and stuff. And I feel like I find myself gravitating towards these 2 schools a lot. Both because I just kind of like the moves that they have that you can use. Wait, did I? Oh, I did put Vacuum Slash in already. Both because I like the attacks that they have that you can use, and also because they have, like, really good buffs and stuff that you can get eventually. Love the menu vibe. Yeah, no, that's that's a fun song to build decks to. That's another thing the Pokemon trading card game did. They also had a good song to build decks to. You're nice and quiet. I like the shop vibe too. The shop song is fun. Oh, see, that's some cool world building. I thought that was going to be a tutorial. Whereas, like, focus on defensive skills, this, that, the other thing. But instead he says, sometimes I've created an arsenal consisting solely of defensive skills. For example, when I go search for food, I don't need to battle enemies. That's cute. I like that. Whoa. Everyone here at some point will be chasing after their path. Once satisfied, they will stop. Like a fever, it'll pass. I talk to you. Talk to you. Ah, here we go. Love this crazy twisted highway. Like, that's not even how the post-apocalypse work. It just looks cool. Ah, that was sick. Ah, shit, I didn't have a dash. I wonder if there's a community for making, like, playable custom Pokemon cards. That sounds kind of neat. Just interesting to think, like, how people would balance their own sets and stuff. Harass him enough. It gets stun locked. Yep, there we go. Ah. That's just another cool thing about this game, just taking place in physical space, is that you can knock people down out of the air or like off of a platform and they'll just take more damage. That's cute. You can talk about your feelings at the bar. I wonder what kind of balance issues you have with custom Pokemon cards, doing item or energy restriction cards or trainers. Yeah, I mean, Pokemon is just a mess with balance in general, too. Like, every single generation, like, yeah, for the most part, every single generation sometimes even comes with their own rules. So, like, you kind of have to if you're either designing your own set with your own rules, or you're, like, picking rules to follow. And some generations are way scarier with the rules than others. Like, for the most part, I'm super interested in trying out the first generation of Pokemon cards. But the one thing that scares me a little bit is, the fact that supporter cards weren't a thing yet. For context, for people who aren't familiar with the Pokemon trading card game, like what they've always called the like one-time use, like just does a thing cards in Pokemon are trainer cards. And in the first set, they were just so broken in the way that they were balanced, or there was at least a few of them that were particularly broken. So they ended up implementing something called supporter cards, which are basically a trainer card, except you can only use one supporter card per turn, period. Like, not one of that card, but one of any supporter card. So any of the more overpowered cards that still made the game more interesting were reduced to being like, you can only use one of these kind of cards a turn. But it is something that makes going back to that original set of cards kind of scary, because there were some cards that were so broken that we still have the same cards today, but they've downgraded them to being supporter cards. Huh, that's neat. Sounds like a cozy gaming, though, either way. Yeah, I would... Oh, yeah, now I'm curious enough that I might even look into it at some point. Not that I'd be able to print them out or anything, but... This entire area has so much weird detail in it, too. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. So that person who made like the big YouTube video that put a bunch of attention on Phantom Dust made a follow-up video that was literally just talking about this picture of this cat. Because they assumed that it was a developer's cat, and they were right. Millet, pseudo-moralist. Sure. They do way more foreshadowing than I thought they did in this game. Yeah? Okay. I'll take it. One game I've always been kind of, I don't know, not curious enough about getting into is Magic, where like, I don't know, maybe it's just like the kind of generic fantasy aesthetic to it, but it's always been kind of a hard sell to me, at least for me to like even get attached on that level, and the game itself seems pretty neat, but it's just been hard to like motivate myself to actually get cards and stuff. And it's not like I don't know like a million people who play it. It wouldn't be hard to find people to play with. I just kind of don't care enough. Oh, you're almost dead? I don't need to think that hard. Yu-Gi-Oh! Seems absolutely insane though. Like every time I like check back in on Yu-Gi-Oh! As a game, I'm just hearing about like 10,000 different game mechanics that they added and cards that have the tiniest text in the world because they have to fit in just so many different rules to every single card. It sounds like something that's fun once you know what everything does off the top of your head, but until then it sounds like it's kind of a trudge to get to that point where you actually know what everything does and know what it does properly. What are you doing? Oh, telekinesis. On. I have the glacier wall finally. I want to make use of it. Oh, did I kill him? Oops. Yeah, if you look on the left, you can see that I froze up his attacks after he tried to hit me with something weak. The way that the defensive skills work is that all they have to do is use something more powerful than its defensive 3 to like break it and make it so I can't use it anymore. But I think this early in the game, they really only have so much of that, so it's pretty easy to just like spam it. And it's honestly, even in competitive play, it's a pretty solid skill because it's really obnoxious to have your buttons frozen up. Even if it does break, it still freezes them up, so. Oh no. What? Oh, this sounds important. Hopefully another cutscene? Nope, more running around, trying to find a mission. What should you do? What should I do? Huh. You know what I might try doing at some point is the online for this game is a mess and it's very difficult to get working. But I might like to break away from the story at some point to see if I can get the online working, because it'd be fun to face somebody random if there's any rooms up. Come on, do it. Nope. Long story short, it's not like a net play issue, like the net play is laggy or anything like that. It's some bizarre thing that has to do with the way that Microsoft sets up their online games, where it's not even just a problem with this game. Like when I was researching the issue to see if I could try to get it fixed, when the community fixes didn't do me any good, like for this game, they have a tutorial on how to fix it, and maybe it just doesn't work on Windows 11, but I couldn't get it to work. But I saw like people complaining about it with games like the Forza games and what was that really popular fighting game that I'm forgetting the name of? Killer Instinct. Ah, damn it. Thought I hit it around the corner in time. But I don't even quite understand how it works. All I know is that apparently it was supposed to make things easier for net play, and it doesn't. And it just breaks some games after a while. And there's a whole bunch of like command prompt or command line nonsense that you can allegedly do to fix it, but again, I'm on Windows 11, so I don't know if maybe the steps are just different or something, but sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So I just kind of have to hope for the best. Oop. And it sucks too, because this is one of those games that, like, already I wanted to try to get more of my friends to play it, but, like, especially now, like, if, you know, people watching were interested in trying this weird, cool card game thing they've probably never heard of. It's hard to encourage. I mean, I would still heavily encourage playing for the main story, because it's very good, but it's hard to encourage if you're interested more in, like, competitive card games, just because the net play sucks. Like, that's the only reason. It's a great competitive card game when you can actually get it to work, but it's just so busted. I'm hoping that maybe the community will have a fix for it at some point, like some... whirlwind. I don't think you can block whirlwind. That maybe like the community will figure out something at some point where they don't need to go through Microsoft systems at all, and you just kind of go through some, you know, cheeky backdoor program to do it, which is still a lot of setup, but at least if it worked. It's just stupid that I can't encourage more people to like get into this as a, you know, multiplayer game, because it's just so much effort to get it working. Ooh, I think this is the boss. Ah, shit. I don't know how much longer my plush has. I hope it doesn't skip the cutscene, though. Damn it. Yep, it's definitely a boss. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna use this as an excuse to go to the... Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. I'm still gonna use this as an excuse to go to the bathroom real quick. Okay, I'm back. And for context, because there's more people watching now, I have like my PNG tuber stuff set to like 1, 2, 3, 4 on the keyboard. And when I hit the plush button, like 1 is to set me back to the neutral stance. So like after a timer, it'll hit 1 eventually to bring me back to that. But for some reason, 1, 2, 3, 4 are like the menu controls in this game. So I was scared that it would basically hit the A button, because 1 is the A button, and it would just skip the cutscene as soon as I got to it. How's the stream going? It's going pretty good. You missed some like silly card game related conversations, and by that I mean rambles that I went on, because it's fun to talk about that kind of stuff. But yeah, I've been just getting through it. Yeah, I'm mostly super curious what a sequel to Phantom Dust would be like, for reasons that would be a really big spoiler, so I won't go into it. It's just a very weird game to imagine what the sequel would even be, but that's like most of the reason I'm so curious. Oh, is this not the boss battle? Maybe it's like right after this. Oh, I do fight him. Okay. Unironically, not a bad start. Unlike a game like Pokemon, where having a handful of energy is obnoxious and you can't do anything. That just leveled me up, and now I have a lot of freedom for the rest of the match. Oh, shit! Didn't mean to use that right away. Get out of here. Oh, that was an awful skill to use at point blank. Oh shit, that was good. Yeah, we're getting nowhere fast. I think the story is why a remake would be fine. No reason to make a sequel. The story doesn't call for it. It, like, could call for it, but in a way that, again, is almost hard to go into without spoilers, but also the story ends totally fine as is. And definitely doesn't need a sequel. Like, it's very easy to consider the ending of this game pretty final, so... But, like, also there's a small part of me that sees how they could expand on it. Yeah, there we go. So that was me breaking his defense. Where it actually, most shields, or some shields will have a thing called anti-pierce, but if they don't, any excess damage from your shield will actually, or any excess damage from your attack will do extra damage to them. So like, their defense on their shield was probably 4, my attack was 7, so I did 3 damage. It could just be an entirely different story as well. It, like, basically alternate universe style. Like, because I want to say, like, yeah, it could be set in the world of Phantom Dust, but, I mean, you know why that's a weird thing to say, because you've beaten this game before. What is the world of Phantom Dust for you? Ah, shit. Nice AI, buddy. Oh, I'm like actually a little boned right now. At least until I get something a lot stronger. I think if the attack and defense match... Oh boy. Oh, this could be a problem. Like, for example, the Quake games have entirely different worlds, enemies, and stories, but they're all Quake. Yeah. Shit, no. Oh, I hate how close this is. Oh, this is bad, actually. Oh, he has so much aura. Okay. And he killed himself with some debris. I'll take it. The debris system is a little bit jank, but I kind of like that it does a ton of damage. Basically, you can hit the environment in this game and it'll send little, like, pieces of stuff flying everywhere that will actually hurt you. So if there's, like, a wall that can crumble, you can just break the wall. And I don't think you can actually block those with defensive skills. I think you just kind of have to eat the damage. So it can actually be very tactical to, like, break something next to somebody instead of actually attacking them directly. And in fact, if I was using my brain, I should have thought to do something like that. Maybe, like, break the floor so that, you know, if he was above me, he would, like, fall down and die, or do what he did to himself and break something in the environment to, like, send it flying at him. What's another series that does that, where they're all like... Oh, doy, Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy does that, where it's all like... well, it does it a little bit. There's not like a core to the world, like I feel like there would need to be with Phantom Dust. There's just kind of like related... Like, there's just small things that tie them together. But, like, each game is, like, just a totally different everything. But I think Phantom Dust without the Phantom Dust wouldn't really... I mean, I'm sure they could figure something out, but it would feel a little weird. Or a backflow. Oh, that's kind of cool. This is one that I'm pretty sure I remember seeing a lot of people using online, because it's like late game busted. Because it's not their level, but at least their aura. So if they spend time sitting back and they don't really burn their aura too fast, all you need to do is hit them once, and you just took out, or you know, maybe you just did like 11 damage in one hit. High speed act, or high speed punch is funny. It's basically cost 2, strength 1, but you can keep doing it over and over again really fast. So kind of a cheesy build that you can do is to get something that like ups your stats. So like maybe it ups your damage by like 1 or 2 or 3. And then you do the high speed punch, and then instead of all of those itty bitty punches doing 1 damage, they're doing like 3 or 4 damage, which adds up really fast if you can hit somebody with it over and over again. One second. I think the way to do it is that you make that... excuse me. I think the way to do it is that you make the end game twist here, the Act 1 twist in the sequel, if you have to make the same twist. Interesting. Is multiplayer still not working? Multiplayer is working as much as it wants to work. I didn't end up looking into it anymore, so I might try it at some point. I might do it after the next boss, which might be the next mission. Just to see if it works, see if anybody's online. More glacier walls. I'll at least keep buying the packs. Yep, nothing exciting. I think I'm just kind of locked out of a bunch of stuff because I'm like early in the game. So they're not giving me a lot of the fun stuff that I want to actually build with. I'm gonna stop the story real quick when I'm on my way home. If you want me to hop in voice chat later, I'll let you know. I've been coasting with a solo stream this time, so I might keep it that way, but see how I'm feeling. Whoa. Oh shit. Ooh. These rain skills kind of suck, where they like summon a storm above you, I say as I get hit by one. Because they kind of just like, all you have to do is keep walking, and you don't get hit by it. If I remember from like my time kind of talking with the competitive community a little bit more, I don't know if those are ever really considered that good. They can like kind of be good if you have a teammate that you're working with, because they can at least force your opponent to like keep moving, like they can't sit still, so maybe your partner can capitalize on that a little bit, but also I think there's just more optimal ways to do that, so it's like whatever. Do I just do 3 Glacial Wall? I think I do. Oh. Do I have any cooler attacks? I don't think I do. What is it again? Nature and Key. Dude, the way that these schools are set up, I mentioned earlier, they don't actually have, like, pipes like they do in something like Pokemon. They're more so just kind of like... They have a theme to them, usually. I mean, like, a literal theme, obviously. Like, nature is a bunch of nature-related stuff. Optical is a bunch of, like, lasers and light and things like that. But, like, also, like, a gameplay-related theme. So, like, Key tends to be a lot of, like, short-range stuff. Or, like... Short-range stuff, or, like, energy-based stuff that has, like, a weird gimmick to it. Like, maybe it knocks down easier, or you can shoot them faster, or, like, weird things like that. Psycho is a lot of really well-rounded, like, mid-range stuff, usually. With, like, some kind of sneaky things that they can do. Like, a lot of their attacks you can, like, shoot in the air. Like, if you're jumping, which not every skill can do. Stuff like that. Optical is mostly a lot of long-range stuff. And a lot of low-cost stuff. So, like, they'll have, like, a lot of, like, shields and stuff that'll cost basically nothing, or as low as 1. But be surprisingly effective. Nature, I want to say, is kind of well-rounded between, like, short and mid-range. And they tend to focus a lot on, like, buffing and debuffing and stuff like that, which is why I like them a lot. I like all the buffs and stuff that you can get from it. And Faith is the weird one, where a lot of the attacks are, like, basically no cost and an absurd amount of damage, but they can hurt you. Not every single skill is like that, but a lot of, like, the things that you might build around are going to hurt you every time you use them. And you have to make the most of what they have. But usually they have, like, insane upsides. Like, maybe it's... they do a ton of damage. I think one of the best skills in the game is one that, like, just has actually pretty much perfect homing. Because everything kind of has a different... It's not like a listed stat, but everything has a different level of homing to it that will zone in on things a little bit easier. So, like, maybe things can, like, just jump out of the way of it if they're fast enough, because the homing is, like, fine, but not perfect. Or maybe it basically has no homing at all. Or maybe it only has homing at a longer range. Like, you have to kind of be at the longer range for the homing to matter. But I'm pretty sure Faith has a couple of skills where the homing, like, will basically hit you no matter what. Or, like, the homing will go through walls, or something crazy like that. But I tend to like Nature and Key, because you can kind of, like, beef yourself up and then just go in there and dance around them a little bit. You know what? Oh, I don't know where that is. Wrong way. God, I love how that move looks. The most ridiculous shirt collar. Ooh, that was good. My attacks aren't super different from each other right now, but the main difference is that Flame Sword knocks down right away. Hyper Kick takes 2 hits to knock down. So I can do that, and then do the sword, and then I did 5 damage pretty easily. Whoa! It is definitely something that arguably makes the game a little bit less approachable, that a lot of the moves have, like, hidden stats or attributes or whatever that, like, you're not going to find in-game. I think the only reason I say maybe it's not that much of an issue is because you use so many of them in the single player that usually there's not too much that's going to just go under the radar. But it is still weird. Like, things like whether or not you can throw an attack in midair would probably be useful information to have. So it'd be cool if that was more accessible in-game. I believe that there is a fan-made website that does go into all those details, though, so that's at least cool. That's something that you can't do in the multiplayer, but you can do in the single player, which is... You can do extra damage to stuff if they fall off. But normally you have to, like, very intentionally knock them off if you're playing a multiplayer match. But when you're in the single player, you can push the enemies around on the ground, so you can literally push them off the ledge. Oh, coming down this way? No? Yep. And push him off. Come on, do it again. Eh. That's just pure luck. We just keep attacking at the same time, but my attack is faster, so I luck out. What? Does that normally do that? Whoa! Guess I'll just hang out here. Whoa! And then I did it to myself. Oh yeah, that's actually another weird little hidden thing that you can take advantage of. Whether or not you're locked on to something or not can pretty drastically change how the move works. So like with the swords, if I'm locked onto somebody, I'll like jump towards them. Oh shit, that sucked. I'll jump towards them if I'm close enough. But if you're not locked onto somebody, you won't do that. So there can be situations where you can literally like hide around the corner from somebody and just be ready with a not locked on attack that won't mess up your positioning. And sometimes that can be better because they might expect you to be locked onto them and to fly forward, but then when you don't, it's like, ah, shit. Oh, hello. What are you doing? Whoa! Jesus. Yeah, whatever attack they're using is not particularly strong, so I think I can just keep freezing them up. And you're dead. No way. No way. Nope. Well, that was lucky. To replace a skill, you just hit whatever button you want to replace when you're like over like one of the cards that you want to pick up. And I was actively using an attack and didn't mean to overwrite one, but I just happened to overwrite it with the same exact attack I was using because I had another one in my deck. Whoa. No, I don't want you. That's cute. Yep, no way. This stage sucks. The smart thing to do would be literally build a deck ready for this stage. That just has like all short range attacks. But I just haven't cared enough to build a second deck. I might though, because this is proving to be a problem. What are you doing? Ah, fuck. Yeah, and they just got rid of one of my better skills. Yeah. Fuck, no. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna lose this one real bad. Unless my teammate pulls through. That was cool. Oh, except I killed myself. That was only a matter of time. Oh, that got rid of my... Oh, right, it said that. That they'd have a lot of erase skills here. Yep. Yeah, I'll take it. Ah, that's a, yep. Pin down is a cool one. It literally just leaves them, like, hanging there for a second. Probably better on a team with something. One cool skill that they actually have in this game that's, like, a multiplayer exclusive skill, or I think it was actually a DLC skill, which is interesting because this was an Xbox game and those didn't really get much DLC. But there's one of them that specifically lets you listen in to your opponent's Xbox Live, like, party chat. So it'll give you a brief moment where if they're strategizing, you can hear them, but they don't know that you can hear them. And that's just kind of one of those things that's, like, totally lost to time. Like, unless everybody agrees to play like that, which is a little uncommon, especially for something like this where that's almost hard to set up just for that one skill. But it's just a cute idea. I know, what is the game that... There's, like, is it Phasmophobia, I think? That, like, horror game that came out recently that people do agree to play, like, how you're supposed to in the game, because it's, like... You can only talk with people at certain times, or if they disappear and you can't reach them, like, you might not actually know why. So not being able to talk to them actually adds a lot to the game. But usually people are just, like, you know, in a call with a bunch of, you know, a bunch of people who they're playing with, so... Something baked into the design of the game like that is only going to work if everyone agrees to play like that, which for something like this would never happen. Ah, shit. I meant to time that out better. Hey! I forget where my base is. There we go. I was like, I thought it was up here. Oh yeah, one thing that's actually kind of pointless and almost more of a fun fact when it comes to the schools that you can pick for, like, the types of cards you use is they affect your aura color. So I think because I have primarily key things in my deck, I have a blue aura. What did my partner have? Oh, he also has a blue aura, so he mostly has key as well. That green aura I think means mostly nature, and wouldn't you know it, I just got hit with a nature attack. Doesn't exactly tell you much, but it does tell you something, and I think that's cute. Although one thing that is at least a little funny about it is it gets weird in the cutscenes. Because they're pre-rendered, so they don't take that into account. And, like, sometimes it's red, sometimes it's white, which isn't even a color that you can have. Oh, oops. It does feel like one of those things that's practically, like, designed to make an OC around. Dead? Almost. I was hoping the random debris would take him out. on. Oh, shit. I thought I blew it up in his face. I got excited for a second. Come on, aim. What did you... There we go. There's like a weird issue when you're talking to NPCs in this game, where you can skip through their dialogue pretty fast, but you can't leave the conversation until their weird, slow, like, talking/thinking animation is done. Oh. Mission? Oh. Oh, can you, like, look at all of them? That's cool. Wow, look how much work we've done. Oh? Okay. In case anybody wanted a extremely vague recipe for lasagna. I think that was part of one of the missions that maybe I didn't pay attention to that text for, where you were just finding a recipe on the surface. It's almost practical, but there's no measurements at all, so... Mr. E and Lady F. I assume that's Edgar and Freya. Yeah, these aren't very well sorted, but that's okay. When you have to explain where you got your classic family lasagna recipe from. Yeah, you just keep practicing it until you figure out the measurements for yourself, and then it's like actually just the best lasagna you've ever had. Probably just buy literally everything in the shop and have plenty of money to spare, but I always just want to look around out of curiosity. Ah, give me the fun ones. love Mac's design too. Oh. Damn it. The bar. Oh, you know, I'm talking to you just in case. Okay. I think I've said that every single time I've talked to him. Just okay. God damn it. Yep, that's what it was. Oh. I don't know if I've ever noticed that before. I think, especially for the time this came out, the implication might be that both Mac and Baroness are drag queens? That's neat. I don't think I would jump to an assumption like that if his name wasn't literally Baroness. Which is a drag queen name if I've ever heard one. Ah, damn it. Oh. Ah, shit. Come on. Oh no, you can't. That's not how the hitboxes work. Oh, okay, that's even still worth doing. I think if they even go from like a higher height like that, they still at least take a little extra damage. I'm gonna kill myself. in like the literal sense where I keep falling off the ledge. I'm just gonna safely do this from a distance. Yeah, you never have anything important to say, but I keep checking anyway. Oh. No. I can't defend myself. Oh, that was almost really good. Whoa, wait, did it go up and over me, literally? Ah, shit. No. Sometimes locking on actually can sometimes make it hard to like weave along like little passageways like that. Gotta remember that. Oh, well, that's it. I didn't realize he'd be on the other side. You know what? I'll just go in like this. Oops. I think another itch that this game kind of scratches. Yeah. Ooh, I didn't want you to get closer. Is not that it's like a fighting game and how it's played really, but like just being like a 3D action game where you have to coordinate this much. There hasn't really, I don't think anyway, that there's been like a particularly well received like fighting game that does that, like where it's like full 3D, you can kind of go around anywhere you want. Usually those are like pretty intentionally made. Like the joke is that they tend to be like anime fighting games because they're easier to make than making an actually well balanced fighting game. So they kind of be a cheap. They're kind of like a cheap throwaway. It kind of gives like the loose. What's the word I'm looking for? Ooh, that was a dance. It gives like the loose impression of a fighting game without having really any of the actual depth of one. And not that they can't be played like somewhat seriously, but like there's not a tournament scene for any of them, and there's a reason for that. And this is something that, like, is obviously a super duper different kind of game, but it kind of solves some of the problems that have made a game like that hard to make, and is still pretty competitive at its core. Can I just... my teammate doing literally anything? I don't even know where he is. Yeah, I can. Nice. Sometimes you do just get pretty locked out of combat situations where their defense is just too, or like their defensive skill is cheaper and is going to block what you have. So it just kind of leaves you at a loss for a little bit. Which is why the glacial wall is so busted. Because it kind of just breaks that chain from happening. Where it's like, oh, you can block everything of mine? Well, I'll just wait till you attack me. And then you can't do anything. At least for a second. Oh, this is a cool, different version of this song. Can I cheese you for a sec? What? Oh, my teammate was just gonna walk in the way of that. Hey, as I walk in the way of his thing. I was really hoping I'd get to like the big story twist today, but I'll get to like a cool story point, I think at the very least, is coming up when we find Edgar. But I didn't know just how far into the game the big twist was, and I think it's a lot farther along. Or at least like another chapter or two. Yep. All they had to do is give that guy, like, just another line of text every time there was actually a place to go, being like, oh, I think somebody needed help at the bar. Oh, actually, you know what I'll do? Oh, talk to you in case that matters. What the fuck? Oh, whoa, brain pain. I thought that said whoa, pea brain, and I was like, what does that mean? I just, like, read it too fast. I mean, it's still weird, but it's less weird. Man. Oh, cool, they're at least giving... Well, not that I care about them that much, but... I think every class has a race skills, but Key tends to have a lot of them. Yeah. Oh, wait. Out of curiosity. I don't know if you can get anything better when you buy the packs, but I feel like it's worth trying. At the very least, it just gives me more stuff, so... Out of curiosity, because we did another one for Baroness. Yep. Another recipe. I don't even know what that is. And I'll probably never eat it in my life, considering all of the ingredients I'm seeing here. That's funny. French fish soup. Okay. Yeah, it sure was a lot of fish. Ooh, this might be... Yeah, I think this is finally the cutscene. Or not like the big twist cutscene, but where I wanted to get to. It's a twist cutscene.
I didn't expect to find you here. You must be wondering why. Well, you'll know soon enough once you get your memory back. I prepared a well-suited opponent for you. Don't feel bad. I just don't want to be interrupted. I'm going back to the lost me.
Do you have an end time for stream today? It might actually end up timing out pretty well, because I was thinking around 8 probably. Which is slightly shorter than I normally stream, but I want to have dinner and stuff. That's why I was saying this might actually... Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. This might actually end up timing out perfectly. I might try messing around. I tried. I didn't know if that would actually help. Okay, I might have to rebuild my deck for this one. Or at least make a new one. If you went on longer, I would have asked if I could post the stream on the designated section of the Phantom Discord. I definitely meant to do that before I started streaming, and I forgot. Oops. I was pretty active in there when it like first started up, but I just kind of like haven't stayed on top of it. Like, mostly because I just fell off of playing it, like, super constantly myself. Oh, I wonder if the storms can just cheese this boss. Okay. Oops. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Just like I like being active in there, but it definitely, I don't know. Once I wasn't playing the game anymore, it was hard to stay like super active. Still cool that it is as active as it is, though. People still care about this game. I just can't help but get flashbacks to the other 2 times that it was active or revived and nothing came out of it, so... Ooh, these would actually be good too. We'll instead... Whoa! That's a weird one. I forgot those existed. I'm gonna hope for the best on this. I have a funny feeling the crystal wall doesn't work on the boss, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Or glacier wall, excuse me, not crystal wall. Oh, that's a cool one. Eventually, a lot of these skills that you get end up getting more creative like this, where it doubles your level. Water sippy, you're right. Fuck it, let's see if this works. I could probably do it with my main arsenal that I had, but it was just going to be an uphill climb. Oh wait, no, I talked to the leader. Okay, A does skip the cutscene. Come on, open up. No shit. That was a waste. Yeah, okay. I think I can cheese something here at least. Oh god, not the Octo laser. Or diffuse laser, that's what it is. This is a fun, weird boss. Oh god, oh god, oh god! Yep, that doesn't even work. God. I don't know if there's a way to stop that from hurting you a lot. Still not really a fan of the boss fights in this game. Yeah, most of them are kind of lame, or they make you wait a bunch. This one, at least, it was kind of fun to build something around. And I'm kind of appreciating that for what it is. Also, just the change of pace is nice. Maybe that's at least half of it. Because on paper, the enemies are pretty samey through the entire game. No! What? Why did that second one do 2? I legitimately have no idea how to deal with these things. There we go. Oh, and I got hit anyway. Oh wait, I might have the tech. One thing that competitive players will sometimes do is they'll jump to knock themselves down, like, intentionally. Why didn't that hit? Because that way you can't get, like, kind of ganged up on by a lot of attacks. Holy moly. Ah, there was still one. Self-induced damage iframes. Yeah, basically you get down. Man, give me like 2 seconds to actually hit you. Or I can just not get hit a single time. I can take that, too. But yeah, basically you'll get knocked down no matter what, as opposed to normally it takes multiple. Like, I don't know if it's a damage threshold or what. But regardless, it just takes a certain amount of beating until you get knocked down normally. I don't know how I'm actually just avoiding it, but that's okay too. That works. Yeah. I keep reading my like the name that I let them give me IO or like EO, but I keep reading it as low. Like lo and behold. Alright, so out of sheer there's a go to Xbox Live button on the menu. Out of sheer curiosity. Let's see if it'll let me join. I bet it won't. Also, I have no idea whose idea it was to have this song as the like the waiting room song for when you're online. It's a super cool song, but like when you're trying to just like play online casually and you're constantly listening to this like screeching in the lobby, it's like kind of a lot. I do really like the song though, and it hasn't even gotten to the cool part yet. Come on, can I play with you? Yep, I just can't play with people. The local multiplayer menu. Oh yeah. That's I can't decide which song I like more, because this one does have a really cool breakdown. Wait, does it not let us hear the song? Oh no, there's the song. I actually straight up don't remember what direction the song goes in. Wait, is this even the song? I don't think this is the song. Weird. Because I remember the other song that you're thinking of. Whoa. Not my entire music collection. Let's move that over here. My entire legally obtained music collection. Oh. Oh, that was the song. It took so long to get to the cool breakdown that I forgot it was even in there. Come on. Just weird. Burp car. It's very Splatoon's Octoling music. I didn't think they had like a sound test or anything. I was curious. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that times out pretty well if it's not going to let me. I was going to just kind of mess around for like 10 or 20 minutes doing online matches, but I guess I'm not if it doesn't let me. How about you? Can I join you? Once in a blue moon. Oh, hey, there we go. I was literally just about to say once in a blue moon it will let you join somebody. Who do I like playing as? I think it's no. Color 3. I think this mode we just get random decks. Bang of tree, one-time use, okay. We're multiplayer and alright. Glad they got it working. And it disconnected. I don't know if that's them disconnecting or if that's the internet thing not working. Or like fake working. Did I win? Technically. I did more damage because they literally didn't move at all. And the only damage I took is because I ran into my own mine. So I'm gonna say that I won by default. Oh, wait, now let me join this one. Okay, let's see. Come on, Sanjay. It is not my choice to start the match, I don't think. Just go ahead and turn that off. God damn it. One more try. What's cool about this breakdown is even among the D&B songs I've listened to, this is an especially hard break. Yeah, it's like the weird samples that this soundtrack uses with like really like static is not the right word. It's just like a weird digitally distorted like voice thing that they do. That you can tell they kind of even stretch out into just like breakdowns like that going nuts. Yeah, this probably isn't just isn't gonna work, which is super annoying because I sure would love to play this game with people. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much that. Could definitely continue this game another time. I don't remember quite how long the story is. I don't know if I got to like the halfway point or if there's significantly more to it. Let me actually see. What was I on? Chapter 4? Phantom Dust chapters. Oh. Okay, I'm at the exact halfway point. Almost. There's 7 chapters. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll continue that another time. I like the story enough, and for people that are who are enjoying following it at all. But yeah, I guess that is where I'll end things for now. That was pretty fun. And I don't actually think I've played through the single player of this game since the re-release came out, so it's fun to go through again. But for now, I will see you guys later.